Welcome to the Riga Royal Hotel Tokyo on this chilly day. I'm Sojin Kikuchi, delighted to represent Waseda University English Speaking Society as your Master of Ceremony for the 51st Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. It is an honor to kick off the Okuma Trophy and this exciting day of speeches. We are all gathered here today by our love for speech. We at WESS hope this contest will strengthen the bonds within our vibrant speech community. So, without further ado, let's start the opening ceremony. Let us commence by extending a warm welcome to our esteemed lineup of 10 exceptional speakers who will grace this stage throughout the day.
In a world where dreams and aspirations unite, we find ourselves at the 51st All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. An illustrious journey that began half a century ago. Inspired by the words of a visionary, Shigenobu Okuma, who dreamed of creating a model citizenry, has evolved into a quest to nurture global citizens in our modern, interconnected world. The power of words, the belief that eloquence can change the world, lies at the very heart of this extraordinary journey. It is a belief that echoes through the ages, spoken by the voices of history's greatest leaders. They showed us the transformative might of words, how they can inspire, unite, and ignite change. Leaders like Kennedy, who challenged us to ask not what our country could do for us, but what we could do for our country.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
Martin Luther King Jr., who dreamed of a world where we be judged by our character, not our skin.
My poor little children, one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream.
Malala, who fought for the right to education, proving that one voice, one word can shake the world.
One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world.
Over the past 5 decades, we have witnessed the emergence of remarkable figures who have, in their unique ways, championed the call for global citizenship. Barack Obama, who carried the hopes of a nation and beckoned us to believe in change.
That while we breathe, we hope, and where we are met with cynicism and doubt, and those who tell us that we can't, we will respond with that timeless creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Steve Jobs, whose innovations transformed the way we live.
It was their farewell message as they signed off. Stay hungry, stay foolish. And I have always wished that for myself. And now, as you graduate to begin anew, I wish that for you. Stay hungry, stay foolish.
BTS, the global phenomenon, who sing in the universal language of music.
I have many faults and I have many more fears, but I'm gonna embrace myself as hard as I can. And I'm starting to love myself gradually, just little by little. What is your name? Speak yourself. Thank you very much.
As we look back, we celebrate the generations of students who stood here, wielding the power of words, sharing their dreams and promising a better tomorrow. They are the change makers, the embodiment of Shinobu Okuma's vision. And today, we stand here on the cusp of a new era, ready to carry that vision forward. My fellow friends, as we commence this historical tournament, let us stand together to champion the power of words, the dreams of global citizenship, and the voice of hope that shall illuminate the path for generations to come. May the legacy of Shinobu Okuma, our shared dream of nurturing global citizens, shine brightly for the next 50 years and beyond. The journey continues. The hope is passed on. Welcome to the English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy.
Welcome to the Riga Royal Hotel Tokyo. On this chilly day, I'm Sojin Kikuchi, delighted to represent Waseda University English Speaking Society as your Master of Ceremony for the 51st Annual All Japan Intercollegiate Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. It is an honor to kick off the Okuma Trophy and this exciting day of speeches. We are all gathered here today by our love for speech. We at WESS hope this contest will strengthen the bonds within our vibrant speech community. So, without further ado, let's start the opening ceremony. Let us commence by extending a warm welcome to our esteemed lineup of 10 exceptional speakers who will grace this stage throughout the day. Please join me in giving each of them a resounding round of applause as they take their rightful place in this esteemed contest. The first speaker is Ms. Miyu Tomobe from Takasaki City University of Economics. Unfortunately, Ms. Tomobe is unable to attend today due to health reasons. Let's show our appreciation for her efforts with a round of applause. The second speaker is Ms. Kanami Ikuta from Tsuda University. The third speaker is Ms. Ayame Teshima from Doshisha University. The fourth speaker is Mr. Kazuki Konishi from Kansai University. The fifth speaker is Ms. Haruka Kakoi from Tsuda University. The sixth speaker is Ms. Ayaka Isaka from Sophia University. The seventh speaker is Mr. Taiki Maruyama from the University of Tokyo. We have been informed that Mr. Maruyama is running late due to sudden poor health. The eighth speaker is Ms. Hanako Nagasawa from the University of Tokyo. The ninth speaker is Ms. Natsuki Toshima from Waseda University. The last speaker is Mr. Kenya Sawada from Waseda University. With gratitude to our esteemed speakers, it is now our privilege to introduce our distinguished panel of judges. Firstly, the questioner of this contest, Mr. Naoki Tamura. Mr. Tamura earned his MBA from the University of San Francisco, California in 2005. He is a distinguished public speaker, having been crowned the All Japan English Speech Champion 4 times within the Toastmasters community in Japan. On the global stage, he competed in the World Championship of Public Speaking semi-finals 3 times in 2011, 2013, and 2015. Notably, he achieved 2nd place at the semi-finals held in Las Vegas. In addition to his speaking achievements, Mr. Tamura is a certified instructor for AIKEN and actively coaches business professionals on delivering effective presentations to global audiences. Currently, he serves at the Institute for Strategic Leadership in Tokyo, where he manages and coordinates leadership programs for corporate executives. Next, Ms. Yuko Kokan Kurose. Ms. Kurose holds a BA in English Literature from the University of the Sacred Heart and furthered her academic pursuit with an MA in Intercultural Communication from St. Paul's University. Ms. Kurose is the winner of the Oakman Trophy 1993 and the present cap of the University of the Sacred Heart 1994. She is currently teaching English at Higashiyamata Junior High School in Yokohama. Lastly, Ms. Sandra Tanahashi. Ms. Tanahashi is originally from California, United States of America. Over the past 4 years, she has enjoyed teaching English and working with students in Japan. Currently, she is teaching a variety of English courses at 4 different universities. Ms. Tanahashi has been active in judging speech contests the last few years. Most recently, she judged the 57th Waseda Cup English Oratorio Contest, the 21st Hosei University President's Cup, and the 24th Golden Cup. My gratitude to our esteemed judges to honor their invaluable contributions. Could we all please give them another resounding round of applause? Thank you. These distinguished individuals serve as the judges for today's final contest. It's important to note that the speakers have already emerged victorious through the rigorous elimination process overseen by these two judges. Ms. Shono Matsushita and Mr. Yuta Ono. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the judges, expressing our deepest appreciations for their invaluable contributions. For our opening address, it is our honor to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Kotaro Takahashi, President of the Waseda English Speaking Society.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kotaro Takahashi, President of Waseda English Speaking Society. On behalf of WESS, it is my great honor to welcome you to the 51st annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. Today, we celebrate more than language skills. We celebrate thoughtful ideas and the courage to express them with clarity and respect. To all contestants, thank you for taking on this challenge. We look forward to hearing your voices and messages. I'd also like to extend my sincere appreciation to judges and guests for their generous support. Now, let us begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kotaro Takahashi, for your inspiring opening remarks. They set a fantastic tone for our event. Next, the Okuma Trophy will be returned to the contest manager. Since the winner of Okuma Trophy last year, Ms. Haruka Terada, was unable to come today, Vice President of the Waseda English Speaking Society, Ms. Momoka Naito, will return the trophy instead. Ms. Naito and Mr. Arikawa, please come up to the stage. Now, the Okuma Trophy will be returned. Thank you, Mr. Arikawa and Ms. Naito. This contest is hosted by Waseda English Speaking Society. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizations that have generously sponsored and supported this contest. Their contributions have been pivotal in ensuring the success of this event. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to 株式会社文化放送キャリアパートナーズ様、民衆株式会社様、株式会社毎日コムネット様、株式会社ナンバーメイト様、株式会社トップトラベルサービス様。We truly appreciate your generous support. Thank you very much. Next, let me outline the regulations for this contest. Each speaker has 8 minutes for their speech. We will signal the time using a bell. At 7.5 minutes, a single ring will indicate this mark. And at the 8 minutes mark, a double ring will signal the end. Going beyond this time will result in a reduction in ranking due to overtime. Following each speech, we'll have a 4-minute questions and answer session. During this period, speakers can answer the final questions without time consumptions. The timekeepers, Mr. So Sekiguchi, sitting on the opposite side, from the Waseda English Speaking Society, will display time codes to assist in keeping track. I trust everyone comprehends these rules and looks forward to the 10 remarkable speeches awaiting us on stage. With that, we conclude the opening ceremony. Well, I can truly feel the excitement building up in this hall. The energy here is incredible, and I know we are all ready for an unforgettable event. Now, the Okuma Trophy 2025 set to commence. Now, everyone, please welcome our first speaker of the day. She is Ms. Kanami Ikuta from Tsuda University. She will deliver the speech under the title, A Sigh Like a Knife. A Sigh Like a Knife. Ms. Ikuta is about to share her thoughts and insights.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How did that make you feel? I have a friend who always sighs. Every time she sighs, I feel really uncomfortable. One day she went, again. So I asked her what was wrong, and she told me, well, this is just who I am. I don't think people care about that, right? At that moment, I felt a deep pain in my heart because I thought, why wouldn't she know this? Today, I'd like to talk about how to prevent harassment caused by sighing. After listening to my speech, I wanted to know how to avoid becoming either an offender or a victim. Imagine your mother sighs. Everyone, even your cat, just freezes. When I was a child, when my relative sighed, I felt scared and couldn't speak. That fear has never faded. I became afraid of showing my feelings or asking for help. One day, when someone showed concern for me, I couldn't stop crying. Only then did I realize how serious it had become. A sigh is not just a breath, it can hurt. It is psychological abuse, and in the workplace, it is increasingly recognized as harassment. According to a 2023 report by the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, the most common form of workplace harassment, so-called pawahara, was psychological abuse, accounting for 48.5% of all cases. Look at people on your left and right. One of them may be suffering. This is how serious it really is. To understand this problem, we must look at two main factors. First, many people who sign in front of others don't realize it can actually hurt someone. I remember this conversation with my friend I mentioned at the beginning. When I gently pointed at her side, she replied, "Does anyone even care? You're exaggerating." As you can see, there are awful situations where offenders don't realize the harm they cause. Second, the idea that sensing, in Japanese satsuru, is a virtue deeply rooted in our culture. As a result, both offenders and victims experience disadvantages. As for offenders, they tend to rely on sensing, and in daily life, they cannot put their thoughts into words. This causes things not to go as they want, and frustration builds up. Sometimes it comes out as a sigh. On the other hand, victims are also influenced by this culture. Because of it, victims often don't speak up and simply wish offenders would sense of dislike without saying anything. In fact, the survey showed that the highest percentage of people who experience workplace harassment did nothing. This cannot solve anything. For this reason, to overcome these situations, both offenders and victims must practice solution. I propose the following approach: N squared. This means there are two steps: name and notice, which work together to create a strong effect. Now, listen closely. Even if you all decide, you can still begin. So today, I will explain these two steps in detail: how to avoid becoming an offender and how victims can protect themselves. The first step is to name. To avoid becoming an offender, try to label your emotion in your mind when you feel irritated or frustrated. For example, "I'm irritated or angry right now." Simple statements are enough. For victims, if you feel scared or stressed because someone said around you, try to put those feelings into words, not just in your mind, but in writing. And write down not only how you felt, but also when and why you felt that way. This helps you calm down and speak up later without confusion, or even use it as proof if needed. Research shows that the putting emotions into words helps our brain control stress. And also, it prevents negative feelings from spiraling out of control. When I felt hurt by others sighing, I always put my emotions into words. Doing so eased my fear and stress, and I felt those bad feelings didn't last as long as they used to. The second step is to notice. To avoid becoming an offender, I want to notice that there are people who might feel emotional pain even now. For victims, raising their voices is crucial. It helps offenders notice the harm. And yet, it's hard to speak up. Yes, it's scary, but look around. Harassment is no longer ignored because voices rose. Even one voice can shake the ground, even yours. And now, let me show you one easy way to speak up. Don't blame, speak, as if you are worried about them. For example, I've noticed you've been silent or lately. Are you okay? When I hear sighs, I feel tense. So please don't push yourself too hard. This is not passive sensing, but active noticing to help. Even my friend who used to sigh a lot noticed her sighs and stopped. Remember, name and notice, N squared. By practicing them together, we can avoid harming or being harmed and create a safe and peaceful environment for everyone. A sigh, like a knife, cuts deep. But in one action can begin to stitch where it breaks. Thank you.
Then, we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamra, please begin.
Okay, Kanami-san, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think it is an interesting topic, and you will show your interesting and unique perspective. Thank you so much. So, when do you sigh?
For me, I sigh when I feel stressed, but this is in the past. When I feel sigh is harmful, after that I feel I stop sighing and practice the name solution.
When you sigh, do you decide to sigh, or do you sigh unconsciously?
Unconsciously.
Unconsciously.
Yes.
Okay. So people don't always decide to sigh.
Yes.
It just comes out without thinking about it, right? So it sounds to me that you kind of, but because by sighing, it is a good way to release your stress, and sometimes it feels better. But your speech sounds like it discourages a natural way of releasing your stress. So what do you respond to this comment?
Many people sigh unconsciously, but sigh can. Some people sigh when others sigh, and stop sighing is removes offended coping method. So I suggest the name which putting emotion into words instead of sigh.
Okay. I think sometimes sighing can be a freedom of expression of the emotion, and sometimes it is necessary to sigh because it helps them feel a little better.
Yes.
So when do you think the line should be drawn between protecting the victim from the sigh and allowing the freedom of expression, emotional expression by sighing? Where do you draw the line?
Okay, the line is whether offended sigh in front of others or when you alone. When you sigh in front of others, is sometimes suffer other people. So in front of people or not, and how often and how it affects the others, it's the line.
Okay. So there are so many different types of non-verbal communication.
Yes.
Like banging the desk, or for example, clicking your tongue, and just shouting.
Yes.
And also, sighing is just one of those important non-verbal communications.
Yes.
And sometimes, because it is a non-verbal communication, it can convey your emotion better than putting it into words.
Yes.
But your suggestion, according to your approach, N square approach, you always recommend to put sighing into words.
Yes.
Would that be always a good idea? Sometimes it can be non-verbal. Let it remain non-verbal might be a better option. What do you think about that?
The nonverbal communication is show your feelings indirectly, and sometimes it's good when it's, for example, when you feel when you decide to say everything, and some emotion is can't put into the words. So this is sometimes good, but the verbal communication can easily make the misunderstanding and invisible pressure. So this is bad aspect of the sign.
All right, great answer. That's all. Thank you, Kami-san.
Thank
Good job.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Yuka. Now, it is time for judging. Up next, we have Ms. Ayame Teshima from Doshisha University. She will deliver a speech under the title, A Small Habit, A Small Habit. Ms. Teshima is prepared to captivate us with her eloquence and ideas.
Thank you for the master of ceremony and distinguished judges. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Have you ever seen a tree standing firm in the middle of a storm? The wind shakes it, the rain takes it, yet it does not fall. Why? Because its roots run deep. Human confidence works in the same way. When our roots are shallow, we collapse at the first sign of hardship. But when our roots are deep, we can stand tall and strong, no matter how harsh the storm. Today, I would like to talk about three things: confidence, self-esteem, and challenge. And most importantly, I want to share with you a small habit that completely changed my life and could change yours too. When I first started my gap year to prepare for medical school, I had no confidence at all. Every test score was lower than I hoped. In my head, one voice kept repeating, "You can't do it. You are not good enough." Even when I tried to motivate myself, I broke down quickly. I was just like a plant with shallow roots, toppled by every gust of wind, weakened by every drop of rain. But let me ask you, have you ever felt the same? Have you ever compared yourself to others on social media and felt small? Have you ever avoided trying something new because you are afraid of failing? If your answer is yes, even just once, then you are not alone. This is a reality of many young people today. They avoid challenges because of lack of confidence. In the first place, what is a challenge? I define a challenge as anything that gets you out of your comfort zone. A challenge is anything that stretches your current limit, like learning a new skill, applying for an internship, or even just trying a new recipe. Think about life without challenges. No failure, no pain, but also no growth, no discovery, no joy. Avoiding challenges may look like a protection, but in reality, it silently takes away the possibilities of your life. Why do we avoid challenges? In one word, lack of confidence. And where does this lack of confidence come from? Very often, from low self-esteem. When people think, I'm useless, I always fail, or when harsh words from others echo our minds, our roots go shallow. Self-esteem weakens, confidence disappears, and in the end, we stop challenging. That was exactly who I was. I was trapped in self-doubt. But one thing, change me. My suggestion is a small habit. A small habit is something you can do every day consistently. One of my small habits is, instead of checking social media first thing in the morning, I would step outside, feel the sunlight, and drink a glass of water. Or I would watch just 1 10-minute exercise video on YouTube. Every time I did, I felt accomplished. I did it today. I did it yesterday too. I can trust myself. These small successes gave me confidence day by day. This isn't just theory. It's supported by research. Psychologists have found that confidence grows through small repeated success. When people give even tiny daily promises, their self-efficacy, the belief that I can do this, gradually increases. This growing belief makes it easier to continue the habit, and which then strengthens the confidence even more. In other words, every small success becomes a proof that you can trust yourself, creating a positive cycle between action and self-belief. Now, I want to make sure you know how to find your own small habit. Please follow these 3 simple rules. First, start painlessly. Choose something takes only 1 to 2 minutes. It's easier to do than to skip. Second, attach it. Link your new habit to an existing one. For example, do the new habit right after you brush your teeth. Third, be relevant. Choose an action that moves you toward your desired self. If you commit to your small habit every day, you will start to feel the effect within 2 to 3 weeks. Let's go back to tree. Starting a small habit is like a planting a seed. Repeating it every day is watering soil. Feeling joy and achievement is adding fertilizer. So, dear audience, let me leave you with this question. What small habit can you start today? Because one small habit will grow into the roots of your confidence and the power to face life's storm head on. So start planting a seed today, because one small habit may change not only your future, but the person you believe yourself to be. Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamura, please begin.
Yeah, Yami-san, thank you so much for sharing your transformation. I think it is extremely impressive because it is very difficult to continue a new habit. And among many possible options, why did you choose to walk in the morning, stepping outside and drinking water? Why did you choose those activities as a start to make a new habit?
Why I didn't choose is, the reason is that I wanted to start so painlessly, and I think the intensity is important, but the consistency is more important. So I choose the easy habit.
Okay, and you also started watching YouTube video, or 1 minute YouTube video, but I think if I open YouTube, there are so many other recommendations that I always lose the temptation. How can you beat your temptation to stick to the specific short movie that you are aiming to watch?
Yeah, it's difficult question, but I wanted to change myself, so I had strong feeling I want to change myself. So I don't tap the short movies, and instead I try to start exercise video. And for many people it's difficult, I think. So I recommend to have something to decide what you want to be, and if you decide what you want to be, you don't go to the short movie, I think.
So you also emphasized the importance of continuing the small habits that you've decided to do. When was the first specific moment that you felt that you transformed from the habit that you do?
Actually, I had studied for 2 years to get into medical school, and after 1 year studying, I had to change myself. I had to change myself to get into medical school, so this was the moment to start small habit.
So you explained that confidence grows through small and repeated successes. And as a next step, you are going to take another challenge. But it is often said that as you step up, sometimes you fail and you experience a major setback. When you find yourself in that situation, what kind of mindset do you think that you should have to rebuild your confidence?
I think believing in yourself is important. No matter you fail or you success, you have the ability and you have the potential. And when I face some difficulty, I always try to talk to myself. You can do it. So this talking to yourself, you can do it, is the key point, I think.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you. Yoen-san.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Shima. Now, it is time for judging. Next, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Kazuki Konishi from Kansai University. He will deliver the speech under the title, Let's Graduate from Marriage. Let's Graduate from Marriage. Mr. Konishi is set to dazzle us with his words and presence.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all of the organizers. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
You don't understand. No, it's you. Cuz, who will you stay with? Mom? What's up? I was only 3 years old. My parents' shouts woke me up in the middle of the night. Suddenly, I was forced to make the most difficult choice of my life. I just answered, I'll stay home, and went back to sleep. The next morning, she was gone. Where's Mom? Was it my fault? Did she leave me because of my stupid answer? Fortunately, she came back 3 days later. However, even now, whenever I witness people shouting during choral, that anxiety and self-blame flash back. Do you have a similar experience? According to the Japanese Psychological Association, 64% of parents answered, we argue even in front of children. Today, I'll share the impact of parents' arguments and how to prevent them. To all parents and future parents and children who suffer from your parents' arguments, let's rethink marriage and protect yourselves and your children. A licensed psychologist, Dr. Yohei Inoue, mentions that parents' quarrels have a huge impact on parents' personality. Children are frightened and traumatized. Some even believe that conflict is their fault, leading them to self-denial. This trauma can make them assume that people close to me will hurt me. So they try to push others away with cold words to defend themselves. It leads to more arguing. As a result, they grow up without learning how to control their emotions. So they immediately start arguing in front of their kids and traumatizing them. Marital conflict has long-term and widespread profound consequences for children. Daily arguments between spouses create a negative spiral. Actually, both of my grandparents were used to argue a lot. when my parents were children. My parents were affected by this, so they immediately got angry and said harsh words. Those always ended disputes. It was a natural and normal thing for them to quarrel even further. There are 3 reasons for these arguments. First, psychoanalysts noted that when 2 people become too close and they interfere so deeply, that it causes arguments. Second, spending so much time together makes each other's flaws more visible. Third, couples often expect each other to understand without speaking. So, when a partner acts differently than expected, that causes conflict. Therefore, excessive closeness brings disputes. In fact, my parents often said, "Your cleaning is always messy," or "Why did you put it away? I was just about to wear it." I've seen countless times that small frustrations exploded into huge arguments just because things didn't go their way. Surely, they were exhausted by daily life, so they tried to stop arguing. But the peace lasted less than 2 weeks. They couldn't stand each other's shortcomings and got furious. Despite their efforts, my home was filled with hardships again. 10 years ago, my parents found a way for a healthy distance and peaceful life. While watching TV with my family, we saw a program about graduated marriage, Sotsugon in Japanese. It's not divorce, it means couples avoid unnecessary interference and respect each other's freedom. For example, a husband does housework just for himself, and a wife does housework just for herself. When I learned about graduated marriage, I strongly suggested to my parents, "Why don't you graduate from marriage? If you do so, no need to argue, right?" Honestly, it's so tough to watch you two arguing. But I also don't want to separate from both of you. My suggestion made them realize that I had emotional scars. So they decided to try graduated marriage. Since then, my parents made 3 main rules. First, do your own housework. Don't rely on the other. Second, work together in raising our child. Third, when you have something to say, make a list and be clear. Thanks to the rules, my parents said, I can do house chores and cook meals in my way. And making lists helps us to organize our thoughts. It also shows where we agree and differ. So we can discuss calmly, constructively, and objectively. The quarrels have stopped because the reasons to complain disappeared. Of course, graduated marriage isn't perfect. The heart of divorce might be lower. However, in a survey by All About, 80% of graduate married spouses answered that it's effective. For instance, we aren't frustrated with each other in daily life. And we came to recognize each other's good points again. It gives 2 people who have shared so much time opportunity to reconsider their personal space and their connection. Marriage is great and it has various styles. My parents' example is just one. So, if your marital life is peaceful, you don't need graduated marriage. But if you argue often, like once a week, twice a month, then it should be considered. When your marital life is difficult, please look into graduate marriage as one option. With a graduated marriage, our arguments are over. They no longer have quarrels like when I was 3 years old. So, when you are suffering from your parents' arguments, please suggest graduated marriage. Parents and future parents, if you have many disputes, would you continue the life or divorce? But before choosing either of them, how about graduating from marriage? Thank you.
have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamura, please begin.
Okay, Kazuki-san, thank you so much for sharing your experience. Sounds like a very good alternative for a couple thinking about getting a divorce. And you introduced a lot of positive sides because graduated marriage can be considered as a forward-looking solution, forward-looking approach, and also it can maintain healthy distance, and also benefits the children. So so there are so many merits, but what are some downsides of graduated marriage?
Thank you. This is not specific downside, but some graduated marriage is sometimes difficult to some couples. For example, only husband works and the wife doesn't work. When such kind of a situation, sometimes it's difficult to make the wife's the free the lifestyle, because when as I said, don't interference. So it also means don't pay for the wife's hobbies or the foods or sometimes. So sometimes it is difficult to graduating the marriage.
Okay. So what could be the downsides for the viewpoint of children?
So downside for children is the children is sometimes difficult to what is the kind of the ordinal or general the marital lifestyle that they couldn't image because their parents don't send us usual the ordinal the marital life.
So I think one of the most impactful downsides that children could have from the graduated marriage is that they don't have a learning opportunity from the daily conversation from their parents, because just listening to daily conversation from their parents, sometimes they argue, sometimes they share the happiness moments, and those are the valuable learning opportunities. Do you think that children would lose so many learning opportunities from graduated marriage?
It's quite difficult to say. So the arguing you can also do or watch in the school or something. So and during the sending the school life, we can also get the how to agree or how to make the consent. So it always not always all of the things are losing. Of course, that something is losing, but we can also get the opportunity from the high school life, I think.
Okay. How about yourself, Kazuki-san? Do you felt that you kind of just lost the learning opportunities? Because how about your parents? Did they have a daily conversation during the period of graduated marriage?
Now before the graduating marriage, they always argued a lot. So, but after the graduating marriage, they started to discuss that calmly and not saying that louder or something. So it also I could understand that the couples can send a peaceful life because they no longer they don't need the couples don't need to argue or the shouting when they are daily conversation.
Okay, so if the concept of this graduated marriage becomes widely accepted in the Japanese society, do you think that divorce rate will be increasing, or do you think it will be decreasing?
I see. It's quite difficult to answer, but I hope there is no evidence actually, but just my feelings. I hope that the divorce rate will be decreased because to maintain a new relationships, they don't need to the divorce immediately, I think.
Do you think it is a good sign for the Japanese society entirely if the divorce rate is declining?
I'm sorry, but the time is over.
Thank you, Kazuki-san.
Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamura, please begin. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Konishi. Now it is time for judging. Now, let us welcome our fourth speaker, Ms. Haruka Kakoi from Tsuda University. Ms. Kakoi will deliver the speech under the title Ms. Haruka Kakoi. Ms. Haruka Kakoi. Ms. Kakoi is poised to engage us with her powerful message.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all the organizers, and audience. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. It's not my true self. Imagine this. You step onto the stage, heart pounding, everyone looking at you. You're ready to express who you are. But before you say a single word, someone calls you Miss Haruka Kakoi. Wait, who? I love speech contest. I've joined over 40, including the 50th Okuma Trophy. I could remember every scene from the Okuma Auditorium. But again and again, I felt something strange. Miss Haruka Kakoi. It sounds normal, right? But that one word decided who I should be before I could even speak. Today, I want to talk about honorifics, Mr., Miss, and Max, and the choices we deny people every day. But why start with honorifics? To prove it, let me share my 21-year of journey. I was assigned female at birth. Before I learned how to speak, the world had already decided a box for me. Wear skirts, they look prettier. I smiled, trying to look the way they wanted. But inside, I felt like I was acting. Girls should dress like girls. These words became an invisible chain. 10 years later, the chain tightened. My body became feminine, but I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to be a woman or a man. I just wanted to be me. But everywhere, the chain followed. You're a girl, remember? At university, I found the word non-binary. There was already a place that my heart already knew. For the first time, I realized my identity belongs to me, not to my parents, not to society, to me alone. This wasn't hope or belief. This was the only truth. And on this English speech stage, my truth finally had a voice. But even here, 2 letters trapped me. Every contest application, every certificate, Miss Kakoi. Even after winning, Miss echoed louder than the applause. It's not my true self. No one meant to hurt me, but the chain was still there. So, what connects all these moments? Every act like a girl, every miss, all the invisible chain. Choice, or rather, lack of it. When people are denied choices, they hide themselves. And this made me wonder, how many are hidden today? Statistically, these are 2.5% of non-binary people. So you might say, well, only 2.5% of minorities. Does it matter to me? But history taught me the same lesson. Until recently, Japanese school had only skirts for girls. No girl wants to wear pants, they said. But some girls felt uncomfortable. They spoke up. Teachers and parents joined the conversations. Slowly but steadily, schools started to offer pants for girls. And the result? 40% chose pants. Wait, where did that 40% came from? They were always there, silent, thinking, maybe I'm weird. But once a choice appears, hidden voice emerged. And this isn't just about history. Look at marriage in Japan. Even now, couples cannot choose different surnames, even though they both want it. Some women lose their professional identity. Some men feel guilty for the change. Some couples give up marriage entirely. They are simply asking, why can't we choose? We are still living in a society that choice is something that we must fight for. So, what kind of world am I fighting for? A world that choice exists before someone has to speak up. A world that people can speak up for the choices. A world where no one is forced to hide. When choice is finally offered, they stop hiding. They become themselves. So today, I speak for myself and for everyone who needs choice. Right now, people are fighting for the choices. Couples are fighting to keep their own names. Students are fighting to wear what feels right. And if you ever wanted a choice that didn't exist, this fight is yours too. This isn't just my fight. This is everyone's fight. Everyone, let's offer choices, not just for honorifics, but everywhere. Contest organizers, add preferred honorifics, Mr., Miss, or Max on your form. I sent one email. Can you add option Max? Now, almost all contests have it as an option. If I could do that, imagine what you can do. When you meet someone new, ask, what should I call you? Instead of assuming. Don't assume dress code by gender, offer choices. When you see a form with only 2 options, speak up, ask instead of assuming. We can't change every system overnight, but we can start from one choice. Right here, right now. My speech ends, but our changing begins here. When I was called Miss Harukakukoi, I felt trapped. But I answered here as Max Harukakukoi because I choose it. This choice should belong to everyone, so we can finally say, it's my true self. Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamura, please begin.
Alright, Haruka-san, thank you so much for sharing your challenge and the fight to change everything, tradition. And in the Japanese society, we don't usually use Mr. or Mrs. or Miss. But if you go to a English-speaking country, and you attend a formal event and they started to use an honorific. So, but in Japan, if there are some events that are usually conducted in the Japanese language, they never use honorific. But English-speaking contests like this, we started to use honorifics. So my question is that why are other Western cultures and English-speaking countries using honorifics in the first place?
Okay, so it's a history question, so maybe the honorific started in the 17th or 18th century, so it's larger. The history is larger than the option of max, so it's the history. So it's a long tradition that we have to break for it. So yes, I hope the trigger will be have in the Western country too.
Do you know what the purpose of that? And why don't Japanese culture use honorifics? Why don't we use honorifics?
So okay, so in Japanese we have a convenient honorific son or sama, which does not have gender selection. So yes, maybe the honorifics is, in the first place, it was something to have polite for it, but in some ways it can be forcing someone to the choices. So yes, it's a language question and the history question that we cannot change as soon as it. So we have to keep discussion after my speech.
Okay, so the honorific mix has been created quite recently, from my perspective. So why did it take so long before starting to use mix?
Okay, so the concept is that the gender is not something that we must forced for or assigned from when we were birth, and we cannot change it. So the idea of gender neutrality have maybe installed in recent years. It is why because it took so long to have starting it, but it's now widely used because someone wants for it. Someone wants gender neutral honorifics, so that's why we have started it recently and have used it for long years.
So you said that statistically there are 2.5% non-binary people. Do you think that a number will increase in the future?
Okay, so I think it will increase in the future because when the word of non-binary is not known, people have something in the feelings we cannot have in words, but it has now started to use widely, and now gender neutrality is one of the biggest topic in the society. So maybe it increase in the future, and some people think, oh, I'm the non-binary too. So
what kind of positive impact would that have on the society if the number increases?
So having not to force in the gender role or gender neutrality. So girls should just say girls, so man should be strong. So it's sometimes good for, it can be worse, but I think in most cases it can be the cage for them. So I hope that everyone can live in inclusion that's good for everyone.
Okay. So what could be the challenges or concern that also arise from the number increasing?
So it can, one problem is that it can lead to confusion in the society. So maybe if everyone raises up the opinion, oh, I want to do, so it can be the confusion. But I think the most important thing is that the system that excludes someone's existence or someone's identity should be changed immediately.
Right, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Kakoi. Now it is time for judging. Now, please join me in welcoming our fifth speaker. She is Miss Ayaka Isaka from Sophia University. She will deliver the speech under the title, The Red Tag You Will See Tomorrow. The Red Tag You Will See Tomorrow. Miss Isaka is about to take the stage and leave us inspired.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremony, distinguished judges, audio organizer, and audiences. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for using the Tokyo Metro Tozai line. The next station is Waseda. In a packed train, like everyone knows, I check my phone, listen to music, and grip the strap. But something about me is different. Everyone is looking at me. Something on my face, weird clothes? No, what they are staying at is a tiny red tag on my back. White cross, white heart. It's called a help mark. What do you think when you see me now? Oh, she is a help mark user, so is she different from me? Honestly, I probably felt the same way before I started using it. But now that impression has completely changed, then I feel the gap between users and others. So today, I want to talk about the reality of this mark as a help mark users. I hope you will think about how you might respond the next time you see it. Help mark is a sign for people with invisible struggles to ask for help. I live with sleep disorders and depression. Sometimes I feel dizzy and cannot stay standing. That's why I wear this tag, to show I might need help. Most people probably have seen it at least once. In fact, a 2024 Tokyo Metropolitan Government survey showed over 90% of people are aware of this mark. However, one mystery respondent actually never offer help because not seem to be in trouble or not to know how to help. This seems like a knowledge problem. But is that enough? Were help mark users really not in trouble? A 2021 survey by the General Partners Institute on Disabilities revealed 45% of those who should use avoid doing so. They fear reactions, rumors, or harassment from others. In severe cases, some parents tell children to avoid help mark users. For me, when I started wearing mine, my friend said, "Why do you have it? You were always fine." She didn't seem to mean any offense, yet it was really sad that even my friend saw only my appearance. I can sleep at night, I feel sick in the class, but to her, I still looked like a cheerful girl. In this way, we cannot use this tag easily and safely. Instead, it brings bias or avoidance. Do you think it's not my business? Because you are kind, you understand help mark, and maybe you have no bias. However, the key issue is that people naturally judge by appearance. Psychologically, when we see it, impressions are formed in the flash. Even the help mark users look normal, this mark makes people feel that something is different. That leads to hesitation, doubt, even bias. Certainly, someone misuses it for accessories or priorities. And I understand that such cases are widely shared on social media or in the news. However, because of this, those who truly need this mark are unable to receive support. So, the help mark to ask for help becomes prevent people from helping. it's quite uncomfortable. However, is everything hopeless? Not at all. One morning on the train, I felt sick and almost blacked out, but someone next to me noticed, got off the next station, called station stop, and said, "Take care and have a nice day." It was simple, natural kindness. He didn't stare strangely. He didn't question why I, a young person, needed help. No judgment, no awkwardness, just helped me. He did. Why? He didn't see me as abnormal. Instead, he thought this person might have difficulty. This mindset made him care and take action. At that moment, I realized that Help Mark was truly working. It connected my invisible struggles with his understanding and action. Then I really want to say, Help Mark is to build understanding and lead to helpful action. It does not label us as different. I study, have a part-time job, give speeches like this, just fighting some difficulties you can't see. We are living our lives like everyone else. What you can do is actually simple. Use your imagination. Even if you feel something different, don't judge them negatively. Instead, imagine there might be invisible struggles. Then, pay a little attention. I don't mean you always should, but if you just keep in mind, you will be ready to act when something happens. Ask, "Are you okay?" Give your seats, carry bags, call staff. Not sure how to help? Flip the tag. Sometimes there is a guide on the back. You don't need special skills. It's the same kindness in picking up jobs, keys, or giving directions. Recently, people with mental illness and other invisible difficulties are increasing. You may see this red tag more often. Of course, I dream of the world where we help each other even without Help Mark. Yet because that hasn't come, this mark exists. But remember, no matter how much systems improve, how much society change, your imagination and kindness will continue to be important. You don't need to hesitate with your kindness. You see, we wear it because we want help when something happens. Even if we say, "I'm fine, thank you." Your action is exactly why Help Mark exists. The next day, in a packed train, you will check your phone, listen to music, and grab the straw. Then this time, you can see something there, right? A tag? But it will be different from what you saw today. That is everything about the red tag you will see tomorrow. Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamra, please begin.
Okay, Ayaka-san, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your story. And yeah, you said you are a Help Mark user. Do you put the mark on the bag, or where do you put the mark when, for example, when you are on a train?
I always put on the bag, and then when I want to sit down, so I try to and bring the bag to in front of me, then so that a lot of people can watch the Help Mark.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever felt a negative experience by putting a Help Mark?
In the train or in everywhere else?
Everywhere.
Yes, I have. Not only the friend talked to me, you already looks fine, so why you are Help Mark? But also in the train, there's some stranger talk to me because why you have it, because you are young and you looks fine, and yeah, so I'm not feel really bad.
So that could be the main reason that 45% of people who should be using it don't
Yeah.
use it. Okay. So the recognition rate is 90%. 90% of people recognize the help mark, but they don't take action.
Yes.
So what do you think is the biggest barrier between awareness and action?
The biggest is, I believe, is awareness, because a lot of people thought that like awareness means like that they do not have a proper understanding for the help mark, because someone thinks that the help mark users are abnormal or different from me, so that they hesitate to take an action.
You're saying they don't have imagination.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can you develop their imagination so that more people can take action?
For example, for me, I do a speech so that the audience can understand the proper understanding. And other suggestion is about the institution, like educational institution, to do the visiting lecture. Like a lot of people cannot understand really appropriately, so company or the school, the teacher come to them, then teach about the help mark and how to act to the help mark users, so that everyone can understand more clearly.
Okay. So when we look beyond Japan, I read an article that the United Kingdom having the similar system.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you know what it's called?
It calls the hidden disability sunflower.
Hidden
Disability sunflower. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize any major difference between the England system and Japan's help mark system?
Almost all the rule is same. I think that when I know about the hidden disability sunflower, I just think that it is a different, only the design. But the hidden disability sunflower is more spread in the worldwide, because help mark is only for Japan, but hidden disability sunflower is not only in the UK but also in Australia or in America, and even in Fukuoka airport or Sapporo airport.
What are the best practices that we should learn from the sunflower?
The best practice is, even though the mark design are different, like the people should use the imagination, take an action, because not only the hidden disability sunflower or help mark, but also there are many kinds of tag, like maternity tag or the dog tag. So even though when you watch some tag, you can use your imagination and take the action for your kindness.
So you said that you are dreaming of a world where we help each other without using any tool like help mark.
Yeah.
Do you think such an ideal society will be coming in the future?
No, I don't think so, unfortunately. Of course, I really believe that, but the watching impression is really strong, so we cannot deny, but a lot of people judge first impression.
What is the key element that makes it happen?
I'm so very sorry, but the time is so over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Miss Isaka. Now it is time for judging. As this session comes to a close, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panel of judges. Please join me in showing our appreciation, standing up with a big round of applause as they leave the hall. Now, it's time to bid a farewell to our incredible speakers. Let's show our admiration and support for their outstanding efforts with a resounding round of applause as they exit the hall. Please be seated. We will now take an intermission. The second session will commence at 1:25. Please kindly be seated by 1:20. Please be reminded that eating, drinking, and smoking are strictly prohibited within this hall. Thank you. ただいまより休憩とさせていただきます。セカンドセッションは1時25分より開始いたします。1時20分までにお席にお戻りくださいますようお願いいたします。ご休憩中も引き続き会場内での飲食、喫煙はご遠慮ください。ありがとうございます。
そうじゃそのままホテルの方から。
失礼いたします。リンガロイヤルホテル東京セールス課の泉と申します。本日はご利用いただきましてありがとうございます。
May I have your attention, please? Now, we would like to open the second session of this contest. The speakers will enter this hall, so please stand up and welcome them with a big hand. Next, the judges will enter this hall, so please welcome them with a big hand. Please be seated. Now, let's continue with the contest. Please welcome our sixth speaker. He is Mr. Taiki Maruyama from the University of Tokyo. He will deliver the speech under the title, When in Road. When in Road. Mr. Maruyama is about to share his unique perspective and wisdom.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony and the Honorable Judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. What is the first thing people often say to you when you meet for the first time? For me, it's always, aren't you hot in that jacket? Actually, I always wear British cross tailoring with a shirt and jacket on. At university, on the day of, and even in hot and humid weather. At first, it was just a hobby. As such, I sometimes felt overdressed and out of place. However, the encounter with a person completely changed my mind. The person is a famous British etiquette coach named William Hanson. He said, when in Rome, do as the British do. It is a parody of a phrase, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, it means when you are in a foreign country or a situation you are not familiar with, you should behave the way people around you. But Mr. Hanson, by humorously saying the phrase, claimed that the British manners never get wrong everywhere. Hearing the phrase, I thought, if he is consistent with his British manners, I too can be confident in my jacket discipline, and started considering it my style. I also realized that it contains the essence of identity. So today, my take-home message is 3 Ds regarding identity. Its definition, discovery, and development. At the first stage, the definition, I will define the identity and then explain its importance. According to the Cambridge Handbook of Social Theory, which identity has a set of meaning that define what you are in terms of what you think you are, and the groups of social categories you belong to, and the unique characteristic that makes you that make you different from others. In this speech, I will focus on the third thing, the last thing. Partly because I don't want to make Oprah of the United Nations, but mainly because identity is what must seek these days. You might be a valueless people unless you have uniqueness. According to the East Asian Forum, an article by East Asian Forum in 2025, Japanese company must seek the diversity in the workplace due to its labor shortage coming from shrinking population. It might sound good for promoting so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, but at the same time, it might mean there is no value in you unless you're unique. This is why I recommend you should seek unique identity. So you needn't wear a jacket every day even in summer, with the risk of heat stroke. And it is actually okay to follow French manners at most restaurants. But the point is how to discover your identity, and the second third. Now try to answer one of these questions. What did you Please note that it's not the same as ego. In Japan, we live not to break harmonies, but identity is not to break harmony, but find your color within it. So now I'll try to answer one of these questions. What do you enjoy so much that you lose track of time? What do you do different from others? And what do people recognize or compliment for you? So the last bit, this development, is to nurture your identity by keeping it. Days, months, and years of practicing your identity will make it part of you, part of your life, or even part of you. For me, every morning I wake up, come up with the outfit of the day, wear like so, and just go out. It's without breath. It's without hesitation. Since I have extremely busy days, the whole part takes only 7 minutes. But these 7 minutes are the confirmation process of my identity. So So please keep in mind my definition for your discovery and development of your identity. To encourage you, I would say, when in Rome, do as you do. Even in Rome, do as you do. Especially in Rome, do as you do. Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamra, please begin.
Okay, thanks and thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your speech. So, how many jackets do you have?
I don't know, it might be 10. For suits, I have 5 of them.
10.
I think it's almost 10,
Okay.
or more.
So there are summer jackets and winter jackets, autumn jackets.
I have several summer jackets, but mostly it's for like so-called 3 seasons.
Okay. So who is this William Hanson? Why were you so inspired by him?
Mr. Hanson is an etiquette coach in the UK, and I found him on Instagram, and actually I was moved by his word when you don't do as the British do, partly because I love such playing with words, but I was also moved by his style. He posts on Instagram every day. He always be consistent with his British manners.
Okay, great. So wearing a suit all the time certainly makes you stand out, but that difference is only on the surface, right? Only about how you look, but it's just a superficial, from my opinion. So what do you think you should do more to make it a deeper identity connected to your inner value?
I think the key is to making it your habit. For example, every morning I wear jackets. It's not limited to suits, but at that time I always change my minds. I might say it's like changing my it's like the turning point, in the morning. So, I will go to work, or I will study at university, like so.
Okay, all right. So you said when you're wrong, do as you do, and I think it is a very interesting wording. And you emphasized staying true to yourself, right? At the same time, society sometimes requires adaptation. Yeah, society sometimes requires to follow certain tradition. So where do you draw the line between staying true to yourself and adapting to your surroundings?
An easy answer would be not to break your harmony, or not to bother other people. But I would say it's important to develop your identity based on how other think you are, or how other recognize you. For example, in my example, I did love my suits and jackets, but the point is that other people recognize, compliment for that suits or jackets. That is why that is partly because that is partly why I consider it my identity or style.
Okay, so how many more years do you think that you will keep wearing the jacket during the extremely hot summer in Japan?
Considering the climate change or global warming, it might be difficult in Japan, so I'm thinking of moving to the UK where it's much colder than Japan.
So instead of giving up your style, you will move to another place.
Yeah, I would change my lifestyle. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Moriyama. Now, it is time for judging. It's time to welcome our next speaker. She is Ms. Hanako Nagasawa from the University of Tokyo. She will deliver a speech under the title of Reshaping the Invisible. Reshaping the Invisible. Ms. Nagasawa, whose words are sure to leave an impact.
Thank you, the master of the ceremony, distinguished judges, and all the audiences. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Imagine being thrown into a world of absolute freedom. You can wear whatever you want, say whatever crosses your mind, and dance whenever the little hits you. Sounds like a dream, doesn't it? But soon, you notice the cold, disapproving eyes. You feel a stink of guilt, as if you've broken a rule. Shrinking a little, you may find yourself hiding your colors, speaking safely, and smoothing out your emotions. A community promising freedom turns out to be a suffocating place, full of unwritten rules. Have you ever faced such a contradiction? I have, during my junior high and high school years. Through my struggles, today I would like to shed light on hidden rules behind freedom. I hope my speech sparks even small actions that make your community a better place. Let me start by sharing my past. I spent my teenage years at the school known as the School of Freedom. It was famous, or some might say even notorious, for having only 4 school regulations, half of which nobody even remembered. Upon entering the school, I was captivated by the sight of seniors with colorful hair and playful fashion. To the 12-year-old girl, the whole campus felt vibrant and unrestrained. However, it didn't take long to see the hidden side of freedom. Yes, the handbook listed only 4 regulations, but underneath there were countless invisible norms. 不分律 in Japanese. In my speech, I define invisible norm as the silent force that shape our behavior in a certain community. That force stems from mainly 2 factors: tradition and peer pressure. First, tradition. In club activities, teachers would often say with a smile, "We are ready to let your creativity bloom." And we were fortunate enough to have a plenty of funding and people supporting our activities. Yet, every suggestion we made was turned down, whether it was adopting new online tools, collaborating with outside schools, or promoting our activities through the media. None of those ideas came to life, not because it was prohibited, but because there had been no precedent. Second, peer pressure. What shocked me even more was that most students remained silent about those invisible norms. While complaining, "Isn't it inconvenient? I'm bored." They kept placing a school as a heaven of freedom. Such silence of the majority kept the norms firmly in place. The longer the norms stay unspoken, the more people become hesitant, or perhaps afraid to speak out. The moment a community stops questioning them, its freedom starts fading away. This isn't only a school problem. A survey by Forbes, an American business journal, revealed that about 60% of office workers report that unwritten workplace norms has a negative effect in carrying out joint tasks with their colleagues. How can those norms affect the entire community? When you're not sure what is allowed, you will start holding back your ideas. As nobody knows the boundary, decision-making goes messy. When that confusion goes on and on, it quietly erodes trust. Now, you may be tired of hearing the evil of invisible norms, right? At this point, let me remind you of my speech title. The question is, can we ever reshape those invisible norms? Though it sounds contradictory at first, rulemaking is the key to obtaining true freedom. But how? The answer came to me as I hit the wall of an invisible norm again at university. This spring, I took charge as an accountant at the university choir I belong to. There, the payment system for the voice trainer had lacked a clear structure for years. No one dared to bring it up because money felt like too delicate a topic, almost taboo. But being silent only made the system confused and unfair. In May, I set up some meetings with the coach to reshape the contract. Through weeks of negotiations, we finally established a straightforward contract. Surprisingly, that rulemaking process made our relationship even more respectful. Based on my success, I'd like to share some tips for rulemaking. The key lies in removing the wall of two factors comprising invisible norms. Do you remember? Tradition and peer pressure. First approach against tradition. Begin with a why not mindset. Break down the unreasonable parts of an invisible norm. Just like writing a speech, rulemaking needs careful brainstorming within a small loop. Questioning reveals the boundaries that you had been blind to. Naming that boundary reduces our fear of speaking up. Second approach against peer pressure. Create spaces where small voices can speak. Depending on the stages of the discussions, use different methods such as one-on-one coordination or online surveys. Each method creates a safe place for members to speak up. Final approach is about how to balance between freedom and rules. In rulemaking, test a trial period first, before jumping straight to permanent rules. Reflect on them regularly to see what works and what needs to change. In the payment contract, we adopted a trial system for a year, promising to negotiate a year ahead with the next executive members. Such small experiment makes the rules more flexible. Please remember, true freedom is not the absence of rules. It is shaped by the act of facing the invisible, the wisdom to decide which deserve to be written down, and the courage to reshape them. Clarity gives people confidence to act, and fairness gives them trust to cooperate. So, the next time you return to your own community, what invisible norms will you challenge? Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamla, please begin.
Okay, Hanako-san, thank you so much for your sharing your perspective. It was interesting to me. And yeah, unspoken rules exist in every organization, community, and group. And who do you think creates the unspoken rules?
Thank you for the questions. I think in relations, small relations like family or small circles, it is the tradition and past people or the current executive members that creates such rules. In larger organizations such as schools or your workplace, we cannot specify the people who creates those rules. It is more like shaped by the common sense shared within that group community.
Okay, so let's imagine a small group, like 10 to 20 group members. So you said that rules can be determined by the past leaders or the current executive members. But isn't it possible for a new leader appears in the group and this person could change everything?
Thank you. And this is why I recommend you to reflect on the rules. So every time the leaders change or other major transitions, those invisible norms are passed down to generation from generation to generation because people blindly believe it is true and we should just obey them. So in later traditions, the new leaders should create time or discussion opportunity to examine the current rules is appropriate for the reality or the ideas of other, listen to the ideas of other members.
Okay, so you argue that invisible norms can be made up of tradition and peer pressure, right? So, however, if a for example, the new leader appears and this new leader challenges the tradition and peer pressure. So, do you think it is difficult for the leader to introduce completely a new system?
Thank you. It is important to follow the process, democratic process. If we follow the democratic process, it becomes easier to adapt even very different system in the community.
So you also argue that the true freedom is shaped by the act of confronting invisible norms. But on the other hand, I think tradition and peer pressure have played an important role in sustaining order and sustainability in Japanese society. These are very important elements. So they have also contributed to its economic and social prosperity. So given this context, do you still believe that it is important to challenge the tradition and the peer pressure? that have actually supported Japanese society today?
Thank you. It is true that some tradition or some invisible norms play a big role in maintaining harmony within a group. So I would argue that we should pick up the unreasonable parts of such norms that becomes so old that doesn't adapt to current situation, or those such rules. So it is important to have a discussion and what part should be written down and what part should be left.
Right, great, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Nagasawa. Now, it is time for judging. Now, please give a warm welcome to our next speaker. She is Ms. Natsuki Toshima from Waseda University. The title of her speech is See Beyond Forgetfulness. See Beyond Forgetfulness. Ms. Toshima is set to deliver a speech that will resonate with us all.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all organizers, audience, and my grandma. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Grandma, where are my winter boots? I put them away because it's almost summer. Thanks, but it's December now. I thought it was June. I live with my grandma. She was diagnosed with dementia about 8 years ago. Before that, she never forgot things. Whenever I asked her something, she could always understand like many other people. You may think this is a very ordinary thing. However, at some point, she began to forget things more and more often. Today I'm here to tell you how to get along with dementia. In an article from the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, 15% of the elderly had dementia in 2012. The number is expected to increase to 20% in 2040 because of the aging population. This means 1 out of every 7 elderly has that condition. And also, there will be the same number of mild cognitive impairment patients. So your family or people around you may develop this. You may also develop this. I moved to my grandma's house 2 years ago. I live with nobody but my grandmother, my beloved grandma. I was very excited at first, but I soon got to know it was hard. My parents live far from my grandma's house, so they can't come frequently. She asked the same questions just minutes after I answered them. She got lost at the station, restaurant, and around the house. Every day, I felt stressed. Even though I knew that she had dementia, I still refused to accept it and continued expecting her to remember things. The gap between expectation and reality increased my stress, and also my grandma's, because she became afraid to talk to me. One day, I lost my temper and yelled at her because she forgot that I said I didn't need dinner. At that night, I found she was crying in the kitchen, lonely. Then I realized I had done something wrong, very wrong. According to the Japanese Association of Internal Medicine Lifelong Education lecture in 2022, if the caregivers treat their patients forcibly, the action causes the onset of behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia or BPSD, such as anxiety, abnormal behavior, and hallucinations. When I saw this article, I realized my behavior toward my grandma was the potential cause of her worsening symptoms. The more I refused to accept her disease and blame her, the more she felt stressed. I regretted it so much and apologized to her. She seemed to forget everything and had a puzzled look on her face. The look that pained me the most. When my mom and dad were talking about my grandma, she mentioned an attitude to me. Humanitude. It's a caregiving technique developed by Yves Genest, a French expert in physical education. Humanitude has 4 methods: seeing, talking, touching, and verticality. After I put them into practice, I added the new one: smiling, something I found truly powerful through my life with my grandma. The first and second ones are seeing and talking. When we talk to patients, we should get close to 20 centimeters and stare into their eyes. They can understand easily. I tried it with my grandma and she asked fewer questions that day. She said, "It will be difficult to receive the word directly if you talk from afar. There are lots of things that disturb my concentration. If people get within 20 centimeters close and say something, I can focus and understand it easily." Thirdly, touching. When you communicate with patients, try to connect their touch. We will feel an emotional connection. I sometimes massage her shoulder or take a bath with her. Then I can feel she's relaxed. The fourth one, verticality, means encouraging them to stand up for more than 20 minutes per day. It helps them to maintain a sense of dignity. Lastly, smiling. If we laugh together, we can feel closer and connected. For the patients, they can feel accepted and secure. Sometimes at home, I laugh out loud with my grandma. Her face turns into a bright, happy one. The smile is very important for easing her anxiety. Previously, Grandma seems like she was lost in her own world, and I always talked to her from afar with an angry-faced voice. She couldn't understand, and I was irritated by that situation. But from the day I learned about humanity, I began to try to accept her illness and find ways to live in harmony with it by the 4 methods plus smiling. Now she doesn't seem spaced out, and I also feel less stressed by trying to accept and embrace her condition. Last but not least, what can we do for the patients with severe dementia? Actually, it's impossible to take care of those people on your own. You need to depend on the public support. Communities are starting to work together to support not only people with dementia, but also the people who take care of them. Please remember, help is always there if you reach out. Let's not only fight against dementia, but also learn to live with it. Remember the 4 methods of humanity: seeing, talking, touching, verticality, plus smiling. Let's see beyond forgetfulness. Thank you.
And we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamra, please begin.
Okay, Yasuki-san, thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you.
And, taking care of dementia people is a very deep-rooted issue in the society, and this is the area that the government support is absolutely necessary. And under the current condition, how much support have you been able to receive as a member of a family that has a person with dementia?
Actually, my grandma's dementia is not very severe, but I sometimes talk about her dementia symptoms to my mother or to my friends. But yeah.
Is there any level of dementia so that you are qualified to receive some government subsidies?
Not yet.
Okay. So, what kind of public support do you wish you had to support your grandma more?
Thank you for your question. Some governments starting to give some, for example, QR code, and if the dementia patient put the QR code on their hat or shoes or clothes, and when they got lost, and someone find and someone read the QR code, and so that they can contact to their family or police or hospital. So and also it's mainly in Kyoto City and other prefecture. If the caregiver applies some application, they can receive some money or some help to local governments.
Is the QR system introduced only in Kyoto City?
And one more city, but only 2 cities, so I want to spread more.
It's not a nationwide policy.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So after learning, you introduced the 4 methods of humanitude. So after learning this technique, have you seen yourself change in a positive way in communicating with other people? How did this technique help you to be a better person in communication?
Communicate with dementia patients or?
Yeah, anybody.
Anybody.
Yeah.
First, the biggest good thing is I can understand the dementia patient, understand the symptoms of dementia patients, and understand what they want to do. So when I talk about dementia to other people or other friends, I can teach the humanity to them, and they understood, and I think they are doing.
Yeah, right. Because this includes all the basic elements of communication. So I thought that you just noticed some major change in yourself. So my last question, what does your ideal society look like where all the people can live with dementia?
Thank you. As I said, I like QR code or some money or some help. There are not so many information about the help for the dementia patients. And for example, cancer or like other illness, we have more information. But compared to the dementia, is not so much known. So I want the Japanese government to spread or teach about dementia and spread the information about dementia and how to communicate with dementia patients.
Yeah, great, Nasuke-san. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Toshima. Now, it is time for judging. Last, but certainly not least, let's welcome our final speaker. He is Mr. Kenya Sawada from Waseda University. He will deliver a speech under the title of The Growing Threat of Ocean Plastics. The Growing Threat of Ocean Plastics. Mr. Sawada is about to take the stage and leave us inspired.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and Honorable Judges. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Plastic, plastic, plastic. Your phones are made from plastic. Your pens are made from plastic. Hell, even this mic is made from plastic. Everything around us these days are made from plastic. It's quite a nifty invention indeed, and some might argue that it's one of the greatest inventions of the 21st century. It revolutionized whole industries. It made every item cheaper, durable, and last even longer. Your lettuce and carrots are wrapped in plastic because it extends its shelf life by 3 to 14 days. Lenses, like this one, which were prone to break because it was used to be made of glass, now are made from plastic because it is durable. As you can see, there are both positive and negative aspects of plastic. However, there are some negative aspects as well. Starting from the 2010s, the negativity surrounding these plastics slowly crept itself into the light of the public eye. Issues such as plastic being sent to third world countries, plastic taking 500 years to decompose, plastic flowing into our rivers and ocean, yada yada yada. There are countless examples. However, as people's interests slowly shifted away, people's memories started to fade. As people's memory starts to fade, it is important as ever to remind everyone about this issue. Ocean plastic in particular is what I'd like to talk about today because it is an issue that I believe it is less talked about. Have you ever seen the videos where turtles are tangled in nets or fish mistaking plastic for food? I believe many of you have seen it before, and that's a sad reality, just on a much bigger scale. According to the United Nations Environmental Program, more than 12 million tons of plastic flows into our ocean every single year. Those plastic destroys our ecosystem, pollutes our ocean, and causes harm to both us humans and wildlife alike. Ocean plastic is unique in that, unlike regular trash, it does not completely break down. It actually continues to break down into smaller and smaller tiny pieces, which are called microplastic, which could easily be consumed by marine animals. And according to the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, it will take up to 450 years for these microplastics to fully decompose. These microplastics are the true danger because they can be easily consumed by marine animals and enter our food chain. Some researcher even estimates that over 99% of our seafood is already contaminated with plastic. Although the long-term health effects of plastic consumption are still not clear, preliminary research suggests it could lead to organ dysfunction, damage to DNA, and heart attacks, which would be terrible for the human body. So, if these plastics are so terrible, how does it enter our ocean, and what are we doing to stop it? Many of the plastic actually flows into our ocean from the various rivers around the world. Much of it originating from poorer countries where plastic is necessary in their day-to-day lives because it's convenient, cheap, and durable. However, the infrastructure to properly dispose of this plastic are still not there yet, leaving them to be thrown away to landfills or into rivers. Many organizations were actually started to actually combat this issue, such as the Dutch-based nonprofit called the Ocean Cleanup, which their aim is to actually get rid of 90% of plastic by the year 2040. But the rate that they actually collect plastic is less than the rate that plastic is being released into the ocean. That is why it is important as us individuals to act. Intrigued by this issue and what individuals can do, I had to see the actual problem with my own two eyes. During the summer of 2019, when I was living in Thailand, I had an opportunity to volunteer at a quaint fishing village. There I saw firsthand the actual impact of plastic on wildlife and the locals. Many local fishermen told me that due to increased ocean plastic pollution near the coast, they have to go further and further out to sea just to fish and make a living. With fish being tangled in nets and washing up ashore, I saw it as an increasingly apparent problem. One ingenious way fishermen are tackling this issue is with the use of mangrove trees. Mangrove trees has a unique property in that it can filter out contaminated water. And as an added benefit, with its long roots, it acts as a habitat for schools of fishes and can collect plastic that would otherwise have been washed out into the ocean. Many fishermen rely on these mangrove trees in order to help alleviate this issue. But I believe the most effective solution would likely have to be implemented on a national scale. Government must build proper infrastructure to dispose of this plastic or teach recycling in school, like what we do in Japan. However, it is also important for us individuals to act. It's important us to be mindful of our consumption. The mindset is quite simple, really. If you don't use it, you don't create waste. You can use water bottles instead of plastic one. Use recyclable bags instead of plastic bags. There are plenty of methods. But the issue of ocean plastic is not an issue that could be solved overnight, nor is an easy one to tackle. The most important thing, and as people's interests start to shift away from this issue, it is important to remember that there are many issues in the world that are not highlighted. As more important issues are highlighted, such as politics, climate change, air pollution, there are countless issues, but I believe these little issues should not be left behind as well. The most important thing I want you to take away from this speech is that your actions can impact the world, and this world will be passed on to our generations ahead. That is why we must maintain it and think about what we can do to give back to the world and be mindful of our consumption. Thank you.
Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Tamra, please begin.
Okay, Kenya-san, thank you for sharing global issues. And when you are living in Thailand, 2019, which is seven years ago. So, how has the situation improved in the past 7 years in Thailand with regard to the impact on the plastic pollution?
Thank you for the question. Actually, the situation hasn't improved quite much. Although during COVID, with everything stopped, with consumption being less and such, the actual impact was quite improved. But as people start to travel more and everything going back to normal, the plastic pollution on the coast is actually exacerbated because in Thailand, unlike Japan, you can just throw away everything randomly, and there are no laws that forces people to recycle. So.
Has the Thai government implemented any kind of regulations to improve the plastic pollution?
Yes. I believe that to improve plastic pollution, in recent years, I've seen that more and more are apart in Japan, more and more. How do I say it? More and more municipalities are forcing people to recycle.
Okay.
So before we can just throw away everything into one big bag. Now we have to, at least in Bangkok, we have to put plastic into one bag, put cans and bottles into one bag, and although it's little steps, there are steps that are helping. Yeah.
So I bet Japan is not an exception, and Japan is facing the same issue about the plastic pollution. Is there any government regulation with regard to, for example, limiting the production of the plastic on the corporations and the manufacturing industries? Is there any regulations or limitations on the Japanese corporations?
From my research, I believe that there are not a lot of measures in place to actually prevent. But many of the companies actually themselves are finding alternatives to plastic, such as Coca-Cola, the Irohasu bottles. They started using recycled bottles. It's quite good because I actually think that it actually improves the image, and while also contributing to this, helping with the issue.
Right. So there are several stakeholders that are related to this plastic pollution. And which entity has the largest responsibility for, example, government, consumers, the corporations, probably other entities? Which one has a larger responsibility in, for example, repairing the situation with regard to plastic pollution?
In regard to repairing the issue, I believe we all live in the same world, we all live in the same country, we share the same resources. We all have shared responsibilities, but as governments, can make policies to, guide people, I believe the government might have the biggest responsibility, imposing measures to recycle more, or, limiting production of plastic and such. Yeah, I believe that is so, yeah.
Okay, that's all. Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Sawada. Now, it is time for judging. Now, all the speakers have concluded their speeches. As the judges make their exit, let's show our appreciation with a standing up and a big round of applause. As the speakers prepare to leave, let's show our appreciation with a round of applause. Please be seated. Thank you. We will now take an intermission. The closing ceremony is scheduled to commence at 3:25. Please be seated by 3:20. A gentle reminder, eating, drinking, and smoking are strictly prohibited in this hall. Thank you for your cooperation. ただいまより休憩とさせていただきます。3時25分よりクロージングセレモニーを開始いたしますので、3時20分までにはお席にお戻りくださいますようよろしくお願いいたします。引き続き講堂内での飲食、喫煙はご遠慮ください。なお、スピーカーへのコメントシートを受付にて回収しております。ご協力お願い申し上げます。ありがとうございます。
これもインしてていいよ。インしてていい。インしてていい。マジで上じゃん。
comments, primarily focusing on the English language aspect. Ms. Tanahashi, please come up to the stage.
Hello? Okay. Wow. Hello. Good afternoon. Oh, beautiful. Okay, I have been so fortunate this fall. I have been to or involved in 9 ESS speech contests. So some of your speeches I have heard multiple times. You're getting better every time. You are always improving, and that makes me so happy to think that you're taking the speech and it is evolving. I am so pleased when I hear that, oh, I asked them to speak slower. Are they speaking slower today because I asked them to? Wow! Or I look at your script and the kanji is gone. Instead, it has a good romaji word that I can sound out. Thank you so much for listening to my advice. Maybe, I don't know. There are many judges, and I know you have probably been to twice as many speech contests as I have. So I'm not sure where you are learning, but you are, and you're improving. And I hope that no matter what happens today, that you will continue and have confidence in your English. English is something that I see as a tool. And when you have English, it opens a lot of doors. It lets opportunity find you, and you can excel and do better in almost any field you go into. So please continue. You've made me very happy to be here today and listen to your lovely speeches. I know you put a lot of time and dedication into them. And this group has found this fabulous venue. It's better than most venues, okay? I don't want to go home. I'm going to be moving into the judges' room. So if you want to talk to me again, just come across the hallway. But thank you so much for having me here today and for letting me see the growth in your ability and to really understand the words that you are saying. That is the most important thing. Always share your message. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanahashi. Secondly, Mr. Tamura will now share comments focusing on the questions and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Thank you. Finally, I got a microphone. My throat is a little bit rusty because I needed to shout sometimes. But yeah, I really appreciate that. I had a privilege of listening to outstanding 9 speeches today, and they are all well structured and well prepared and well engaging. Congratulations, and I'm glad to listen to all those speeches at the end of 2025. Yeah, this was a very fantastic organization. Thank you very much. So today I would like to focus on one of the most important and exciting sessions in the speech contest, which is Q&A session. Right, yeah, of course. Thank you. Of course, prepared speech session, the main part might be important, of course, I don't deny that. But look at it, if you start working, graduating from your university, start working, and you had an opportunity to make a presentation in front of a very important clients, it is the question and answer session that determines whether or not you can get a yes or no. Of course, presentation part is extremely important, but usually the interactive session, the Q&A session is the part you can directly interacting with the judges and the audience members, and this is how you can show your characteristics, right? So, Q&A session, and also Q&A session is the last part of your part. So in Q&A session, you're gonna leave if you want to leave a lasting memory, this is the place where you can leave the final words, and the audience can remember your last word very much. So that is why, if you win the speech contest, please be good in the Q&A session. So how to be good at Q&A session? I'm going to give you 4 tips today. Those are very valuable tips of advice. And number 1, listen to the question fully. Don't rush. Some speakers started to answer the question even before I finished my sentence. Don't rush. Be careful and listen to the question to the end. And then take a pause, breathe, make an eye contact, smile, and gently and mildly start your answer. That's number 1. And number 2 is answer the question first. Conclusion first. Don't circle around. Some people don't give an answer until the very end of the answer. So it is important, this can be applied in the business session. If you are asked from your boss that what is the current this situation and the status, and the first thing that you want to give is the conclusion, yes or no, or the specific conclusion first. Then explain why you gave that answer. Yeah. So first conclusion and then explanation. That's the number 2. And number 3 is your answer should be grounded, stay grounded in your message. Sometimes in a Q&A session, you started to talk about a totally different subjects, and that is so inconsistent. Be consistent, and this is another opportunity for you to reinstate and reinforce your core message. So think about a Q&A session to reinforce your core message one more time. And the questioners always give you the chance to reinstate the core message. So please take advantage of this opportunity to reinforce your core message. And the final one, this is very important. Engage. Don't defend. This is not the place for you to defend your place. This is a place where you enjoy the conversation with the questioner. Please engage with the audience, please engage with the judges, please engage with the questioner, because this is the place where you can show your true characteristic. So those are the 4 tips. Remember, in the next speech contest, if you want to win the speech contest, please be good at the Q&A session. Okay, thank you very much. I talked to speakers at a reception session. I got a lot of feedback, good feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura. Lastly, Ms. Croce will now share her general comments. Ms. Croce, please come up to the stage.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Gosh, I'm so nervous, It's like I've written down notes, but I don't think I can read my writing. It's like extemporaneous speech for me, so but please bear with me. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the 9 speakers today for your wonderful messages. I hope you enjoyed your moment up here on stage as much as we enjoyed listening to yours. And well, being asked to make general comment, all that has to be said has already been said by my fellow judges. So today I want to talk about something a little different. Well, it's about speech contest, but I'd like to talk on behalf of one of OG. I once used to be a member of ESS in university, and I've been thinking about this lately. You know, in this day and age when anything can be fake, the value of live performance and having raw experience is becoming more and more valuable, because you can ask the AI to write your speeches, right? But up on the stage, you can't fake anything. You've got, there's all you have to fight. Well, it's not a fight, but you have to do something with what you have right now on the stage, and I think that's so precious. And I think that's one of the reasons I think the importance of speech contest is becoming more and more precious. But there's one thing I think is missing, and that's good audience. I think if you are to choose a good audience or a good judge, I think you should choose good audience, because you make a speech because you think there's someone out there in the audience that will catch your message, and they will understand your message, catch your message, and they will throw them back to you. That's I think that raw experience, that's life experience, is really important. You think, you speak, because we think there are people out there. And some people may have different opinions. That's good too. You can share them. And that's how you can learn, and that's how you can grow. So I think this contest, Okuma Trophy, is one of the most prestigious contests, I think. And thank you very much. I'd like to thank the members of the West members for giving all of us this wonderful opportunity to actually throw a ball and catch a ball. I want more people to have the experience of catching the ball and exchanging ideas. For example, at the what's the session after this?
Sorry. Reception.
A reception, that's it. Oh gosh, I'm so nervous. Yeah, so we can exchange ideas at reception. That's one of the catch balls too. So, well, how about adding another criteria for applying for the speech contest? For example, you have to bring 10 audience to the contest, then you can apply. So 10 speakers, 10 audience, that makes 100 audience, right? Well, maybe 10 is too many. maybe you don't have friends. Maybe five. If each speakers invite and bring 5 audience to listen, then that'll make 5 times 10. 50. Yeah. 50 audience, and that's quite a number. So I hope, you don't have to pay us. You can pay the audience. Judges, sorry, no judging fee today.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. But well, seriously, I think that's how much important I think I want to see audience. So next year, I'll see you again next year, and hopefully with a bunch of audience, not audiences, audience. And I'm looking forward to listening to great speeches again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grosse. Everyone, we have arrived at the pinnacle of our event. It's time to announce the winners. Mr. Arikawa, could you kindly join us at the center of the stage?
Participants, as I announce your names, kindly make your way up to the stage. I am pleased to announce the recipient of the third prize. The third prize goes to Miss Natsuki Toshima from Waseda University. Certificate. This is to certify that Natsuki Toshima has been awarded the third prize in the 51st Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Speech Contest for Okuma Trophy, sponsored by WTSS 2025. Congratulations.
The recipient of the third prize will be awarded a JTB travel gift. A trophy from WESS. Congratulations, Ms. Natsuki Toshima.
I'm honored to announce the recipient of the second prize. The second prize goes to Miss Haruka Kakoi from Tsuda University.
recipient of the second prize will be awarded a JTB travel gift. A trophy from WESS. Congratulations, Ms. Haruka Kakoi.
It is with great pleasure that I announce the recipient of the first prize. The first prize goes to Miss Ayaka Isaka from Sophia University.
Sponsored by WESS 2025.
The recipient of the first prize will be awarded a JTB travel gift. A trophy from WESS. And lastly, the Oakma Trophy from WESS. Congratulations, Ms. Ayaka Isaka. And thank you very much, Mr. Arikawa. Now, please join me in welcoming Ms. Isaka, the esteemed recipient of the first prize, to share a few words with us. Ms. Isaka, could you kindly come to the center of the stage?
Sure. So, thank you, the masters of ceremony, the judges, the organizer, and the audience. Then I'm really glad that I got the first prize today. Then it was the last time to show this speech, maybe this year and maybe in my speech life. So I'm really honored and really glad that I got the first prize today. And plus I really enjoyed this today because not only I do my best at the stage, but also that I could listen to all the speaker. It was really wonderful, and I get a new perspective of some topics. So I want to say thank you very, very much for a kind, nice speaker, and the judges, and the audience. Of course, I really appreciate it. And lastly, the organizer. I know it is really a hard time to prepare for the wonderful contest. Then there was the wonderful hospitality. I really love the shumai bento. Then I really enjoy the lunchtime, and so I want to say thank you very, very much for involved in this contest. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, congratulations, Miss Isaka. We will now proceed with a photo session. We kindly request the prize winners, judges, Mr. Kotaro Takahashi, President of the Waseda English Speaking Society, and Mr. Arikawa to gather at the center of the stage for the photographs. Following that, we'll be taking photographs of all the participants. Speakers, could you please assemble at the center of the stage? Thank you for your cooperation. Speakers, judges, Mr. Takahashi and Mr. Arikawa, please take your seats. Now, our heartfelt gratitude goes to our distinguished judges on the stage for making this contest possible. We would like to extend our appreciation through gifts and a resounding applause. As the judges depart the hall, let's rise once more and offer them a hearty round of applause. Please be seated. It's been a pleasure witnessing everyone's enthusiasm. But as our contest nears its conclusion, let's take a moment for a closing address from Mr. So Arikawa, this year's Executive Chairperson. Mr. Arikawa, could you please join us at the center of the stage?
Hello everyone. Hello. I'm Sarikawa and I have served as the executive chairperson for the Okuma Trophy this year. I would like to sincerely thank everyone who helped make this 51st contest possible. Your efforts truly made this contest a success. To the finalists, your speeches were truly remarkable. And to the winner, Ms. Ayaka Isaka, congratulations on your victory. It has been 2.5 years since I joined WESS. In my first year, I participated in the 50th contest and was deeply inspired by the power of speech and the appeal of the Okuma Trophy. However, since last year's contest was cancelled, I felt anxious that this long-cherished tradition might be lost. Still, driven by a strong desire to revive this contest, pass on the barrier of speech, and carry forward the spirit our seniors have protected, my peers and I worked tirelessly to prepare for today. I'm truly delighted that we are able to hold the Okuma Trophy. Why do we emphasize speech in ESS activities? Many contemporary global issues lack clear-cut solutions. Shifts in the international order, climate change, or geopolitical crisis. Real-world challenges won't always offer a right answer, necessitating the courage to confront and devise solutions. Public speaking fosters the ability to tackle the unknown with one's ingenuity, as showcased by today's 10 speakers. We who have grown up in this rapidly changing modern world will surely face many more challenges ahead. My wish is for the Okuma Speech Contest to persist, even as future generations embracing creativity and the power of words. See you again next year at the Okuma Trophy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Arikawa. As our contest draws to a close, we extend our sincere gratitude to each one of you for your presence and the support today. To conclude on a special note, we would like to express our appreciation by presenting a special movie. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
和樹へ毎週大会だった中最後までやりきりました。ゆっくり休んでください。カメハメ
加藤先輩、今年最後、そして3年間の集大成となる大会、本当にお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。3年間ずっとスペクなエースとして引っ張ってくださりありがとうございました。今日もきっととっても素敵なスピーチをなさっていただいたと思います。
かなみちゃん、初めての挑戦の中で本当にたくさん頑張っていてすごいと思いました。その勇気と努力を心から本当に思います。
これからの成長が本当に楽しみです。2人とも今日は本当にお疲れ様でした。たくさん休んでいっぱい寝てください。せーの、ラブー。またねー。
大輝さん、花子、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
大輝さん、半年以上お会いしてませんが、お元気ですか？今後もさらなる活躍をお願いしております。
入学前、最後のスピーチかと思うんですけど、お疲れ様でした。大輝さん、ずぶといんで、留学先でもとてもやっていけるかなと思ってます。頑張ってください。
花子先輩、いつもありがとうございます。大好きです。
花子先輩の少し不思議なスピーチで夢を叶えてください。
せーの、バイバーイ。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
小島夏樹の当日も素晴らしいパフォーマンスをしてきました。君はうさの誇りです。 年真夏のし、正直一番良かったです。
年真夏のまあ今日はゆっくり休んで。年真夏の何に関してもポジティブ。
年真夏のツッコミがいつも浅い。
なんでだ。
年真夏の金メダルはよ。
年真夏の頑張りました。バイバイ。
ドライバーマーナーをしたとき、ちょっとびっくりした。お土産、そうですよ。
As the speakers prepare to depart, let's rise once again and show our appreciation with a heartfelt round of applause. Thank you. Please be seated. As the curtains roll on the grand stage of the 51st Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy, the members of the Waseda English Speaking Society extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Today's 9 remarkable speakers have not just shared their words, but courage and hope in a world faced with challenges. In the realm of words and wisdom, we bid adieu, but anticipate your return for the 52nd Okuma Trophy Speech Contest next year. Your presence and support fuel our aspirations and endeavors. Thank you immensely for your cooperation. 本日は年末のお忙しい中、第51回大隈重信杯争奪全日本学生弁論大会にお越しいただきまして誠にありがとうございました。ライブ配信をご覧いただいた皆様にも心よりお礼申し上げます。ご来場の皆様は忘れ物がございませんよう今一度ご確認の上お気をつけてお帰りください。本日は誠にありがとうございました。